dude. Yeah, I'm just getting on for like real short amount of time. I wanted to go through and do a speed sculpt of this guy so that I could make a poster of him for my for Kai's bedroom. So that's kind of what I'll be doing. Let me get my face on here. Yeah. So let's say show. Okay, let's see. Turn on perspective for this, I think. Okay, so I'm going to want this to be asymmetrical at some point. Uh-oh. Don't move. Okay, let's just get that right there. I forgot to actually make the marker. Let's save the views. Monster poster views. Alright. Let's get this going. Okay, so these brows are going up about where I want them, but it's too thick. Maybe I'll kind of pull this into the head, make it kind of melt into itself a little bit better. Makes it feel a little bit more like the creature's head. There we go. Okay, let me see. I gotta check my Dynamesh settings, so let's see. We're going to want that. Oh, but I want this to all be one. Control W. In fact, let's boost this up to 256. Ah, numlock. That's much better. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, let's grab this and let's smooth it out some. La-ba-boo, la-ba-boo. It's kind of nice to kind of decompress, you know, after sculpt off. Just kind of trying to smooth out all these extra edges. Okay. Cool, so that's going on. Okay, this edge over here will be very much kind of worked out. In fact, what I want to do, let's do this. I'm going to take these two pieces. Oh, come on. Control W. It's very hard to notice the border there. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to start blocking in where the eyes actually go. check this from different angles so let's see if it looks cool or not. Okay, let me see. And in fact, this section of this, let's do this. I'm going to take this and raise it up into this shape a little bit better, just to get a different form. I think that the having the form about right is going to make a little bit of a difference for me. Okay. In making sure that this is the way that I want it. You know what? We can just Dynamesh this whole thing, I think. That'll get us some subtle forms. That'll get the kind of this section in the middle the way that I feel like I kind of want it right now. If I don't want it like that later, then we'll have to figure that out. But you know, for right now, it's kind of cool. We'll keep it. Okay, mask lasser. Kind of get rid of any kind of border problems here. Oh, dude, did I tell you? I finally got a modeling test. Okay, this is starting to look cool. So here's what I'm going to do. From the bottom down here. That's like too much. It's not doing quite what I want. Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so relieved to finally have something possibly, you know, something possibly happening for me. That'll be a little bit better. Oh, something interesting that I learned when I was going back and kind of rewatching the sculpt off from this weekend. I didn't realize that Raphael Grassetti had won the first sculpt off. Kind of it's kind of interesting to me. Not that I would doubt that he could do it. Just that I didn't realize that that's who had won the first one. I thought for some reason that it was Justin Goby Fields, but yeah, I don't know. I need to go through and kind of see if I can find a video about it. I mean, at that time it wasn't the same format as what we have these days, especially not this year. But yeah, so it was something like, it was the way that they had it done is that it was on the like a showroom floor for a convention. Um, and each contestant that was sculpting had a big screen behind them that they had to, so that people who were walking around the showroom floor could watch what was happening, and there we go. That's starting to come on. Let's see how the eye's like way out of position, so let's bring it like way down. But yeah, so I mean, I thought that was interesting, kind of a nice little piece of history. That might be interesting. That might be what happened. Is that that part of winning organic and Furio winning hard surface? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they had a distinction there. So I know that Furio has won hard surface every year he's competed. So grab my rotate and kind of rotate this out a little bit. Okay. Now I gotta work this out. Let's turn that lazy mouse down again. But yeah, I'll have to look it up. In fact, if anybody else looks it up, let me know. I'll have to ask him about it. Yeah, Raphael and I were tight. Dude, glad you were able to stop by. How do you keep the view in place? Are you talking about like the view of the sculpt? Like if I wanted to like keep it right here? I mean, there's one way you could go through and you could lock your view. So that way it doesn't matter, what you do, you're not going to move your view. Thanks, Quentin. But if you want to, you could go through and you can set up this this timeline right here, which is, go to movie, timeline, hit show, so you see it turns that on and off. And then when you want to set a view, say for instance, maybe I want to set a view right here, I can hit a little marker right here, just tapping in the timeline. And if I want to be able to get between my markers, I can just use my left and right arrows on my keyboard. So really, really nice. I use this a ton, and it took me, I didn't learn this until I was at DreamWorks. Somebody told me about it, and so I went and looked it up, and figured out how to use it, and it was amazing. It's changed my life. So now I have changed your life. Was that your question, Errol? I actually went to school with an Errol. Can't remember his last name, but yeah, Errol. And then he had a younger brother who was my age, Connor. Their last name was Flynn, I think. Connor Flynn. Yeah, I think that sounds right. Yeah, it's not a very common name. It's a cool name. Alright. Kind of flatten this area out up top. Not that it'll matter, I mean it'll be covered by the teeth, but yeah, we'll see what we can get out of that. want to get my structure kind of worked out with these eyes. So eventually what I'm going to do is that this isn't going to be just a poster on the wall for Kai. This is also going to end up being an action figure that he has in his room. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what it is that I'm talking about when I say Kai, when I say bedroom, things like that, I'm referring to a new this project that I'm working on. It's my own personal project. And you can find different streams where I've worked on characters or the environment for this piece on my YouTube channel. You can find kind of like the backlog of the streams and things. But one of the things I want to keep in mind in sculpting this is that, let's kind of go through and start adding in detail. Different lumps and things. Hopefully that's in the right spot. It's in an alright spot. There's one beneath it though. One of the things I want to keep in mind is that to make this more like a toy, I'm going to have to really make the details chunky. For a poster, for this particular piece, I'm not necessarily going to want to make all the details really chunky. I'm going to want to kind of, make it match my concept pretty closely. But what's nice is that since I am the concept artist and the art director, I get to really play with what it is that I see, and make it how I want because it is my concept. Something like that. Just give him kind of like these little ridges along here. I think that'll help to kind of make him feel a little bit more aquatic. I want to get rid of this right here. Is feeling too bulbous, like it's coming out too far. It's feeling a little bit too unintentional, uncontrolled. So I'm just going to get rid of this. Has anybody watched anything from the ZBrush Summit so far? Hey, snakes! Yeah, I haven't gotten to watch as much as I'd like to yet, mostly because I've been trying to record tutorial stuff. I've got this course that I'm hoping to release by the end of the month, which I don't know if I'll get to or not, but go. I'm going to play with some of this proportion stuff. Kind of make it so that I've got like a big one next to a medium one, and then kind of like change it, vary up the size a little bit. Let me see. November isn't November when Monsterpalooza usually happens? I haven't made an actual theme for No Spare Time yet this month. So I'm thinking maybe I should go through and make make Monsters Monsters the official theme for November. Try to pull this out just a little bit. Okay. Gotta fix some form issues through here. I want to make sure that this flows like really pretty smooth from one point to the next. This particular thing is meant to be very graphic in its shapes. So yeah. Watched the whole thing yesterday. Yeah. Planning on doing the same today. Awesome. Soon I hope I can show you a drawing of mine. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Yeah, send me a link. Ooh. I felt something weird on my arm, and I was like, oh, it's a little loose thread inside of my sweater. Okay, just trying to check forms and things here. Just as an FYI though, snakes, I don't get links that are sent to me through the chat. And so in order for me to get any kind of link, you probably have to send it to me through my Instagram or email or you know, something like that. So probably Instagram works the best though. Okay, so that head is looking pretty stinking cool. I am going to say, let's use my my insert mesh primitives here, and let's drag out some teeth. Let's get the gizmo. Let's go to the taper. Something like that could work. Hit accept. I'm just going to lengthen it out. Now something like this will work really nicely for the poster. I might have to think about something different for the toy though. So let's go ahead and kind of scale it out a little bit. See, what time is the Pixelogic presentation today? Let me see. I want 1, 2. Gotta rotate that one out. 3. We'll shrink this one up so that it's not so intrusive on the bottom. We'll kind of rotate it a little bit, I guess. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I want to split these out. Split unmasked. Let's rename this head. Okay, this way we have something we can go back to if we need to. We'll say Control S because we need to save it. Monster poster, creature 01. Call it something like that. I need to add in eyeballs too, just so that it's not like this weird void of nothing there. Let's say insert. Come on, insert. I need a sphere. So now we got our sphere here. Sphere here. Here, sphere. Okay. Rotate that 90 degrees. And good, I've got no symmetry on this. No, I don't want that. I want to move it. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. Okay, I will probably make it so that these I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll have to figure out kind of how we go about forming things in here. Make it a little bit bigger, and I'll move it into the head a little bit more. I think that makes it a little bit better of a fit. I need it a little bit bigger. Okay, so bring the eyelid outside of the eye itself. And then the idea is to go through and use BPR filters to try to get this to feel kind of the style that I'm shooting for in the actual concept. So let's see. Let's use our mask lasso. Just kind of sharpen up that shape right here. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it'll mess it up a little bit. Let's go ahead. I'm going to up my resolution. Yeah, 512, exactly what I wanted. Nice. Okay, so much nicer the way that this looks. Okay. Now it's just a matter of refining surfaces and all of that so that we don't have to worry about having weird weird finishes from from the Dynamesh. Something like that. Ah, nerds. so we've got that. So now what I want to do is I need to tighten up this corner down here. So I'm going to kind of do it from both sides, but what I want to do, I'm just going to grab, mask it kind of halfway. And I just got to kind of tweak this flow so that it falls into that corner more precisely. And bring this up just a smidgen. And then we'll bring the whole corner down just a little bit, just to kind of better accommodate this curve. All we were wanting to do was get that point. Okay. So yeah, that's what we got right there. Like it like that. Hey Chris, how you doing? Yeah, hey Peter. Have a conference with a teacher in a couple of minutes. Oh yeah? Is it like a progress conference where it's like you're going through and kind of checking and seeing how you're doing in the class, or is it like a you got in trouble for spit wads at the computer screen? Let's do this. I'm going to use my trim dynamic. Oops. So the eyeball, you can notice it's going through the roof of the mouth. I can't be having that. Make sure that's in the center. Just going to have this rotated out 10 degrees. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let's say Control-Shift-D. And then we'll say ZRemeshing mirror. Go up to the other eye, Control-M. It's the keyboard shortcut that I set for the merge down function. Okay, so now that this is all one subtool, you can see the way that his eyes are pointing. Okay, make sure that local symmetry is on. Oops. Transparent. This way it gives us a better feeling for which direction the eyes are actually pointing. Yeah, good morning, Fabio. Yeah, it is morning here in sunshiny California. It's cold too. It's 45 degrees outside, I believe. Oh, I lost the number 3 spot in Duolingo. Oh, it's because I haven't finished my lesson. Good grief. Oh.
Reste souvent
dans cet hôtel. Gotta finish the lesson. Nous restons Toujours dans cet hôtel. Où est-ce que je tombe? Ahí estamos. Yay, now I'm I'm back up to the number 3 spot. I'm not very far from the number 1 spot. I just don't have time to go through and do a whole lot. Alright. Yeah, so that's enough for my French list today too. Okay, yeah, here is getting cold finally. Where are you living at, Fabio? Yeah, let me see. I'm gonna grab my clip curve. The nice thing about clip curve is that it respects symmetry, so it's going to do the same clip on each side. Okay, so now I've got the eyes in place. This is looking cool, guys. I get excited when I see stuff like this come together. I am going to take you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's make this another poly group. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab this. Let's kind of scale it out just a little bit. Pull it back some. Yeah, just a little bit more. You know what, I'm not totally sure that I like that, but we'll keep it, Control-Shift-D, just so that we can come back to it if we decide, you know what, we want it. Okay, we'll come back, we'll get rid of and it may be worthwhile to just have it like this too, so we'll keep a copy like that as well. We'll get rid of this, so that way we at least have the polygroup color in there, the polygroup change. It does kind of look like the mutant from TMNT. But yeah, this way we can at least go through and get a quick and easy color. Quick and easy color for the eyeball itself. In fact, maybe we could do that right now. Let's fix that curve right there. Okay, let's grab this just for the sake of, say, fill object, so we get something like that. Oh, I didn't want to, but yeah. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. I might not keep the color on there. It might be worthwhile to just not have color at all. I mean, the aesthetic I wanted to go for anyway was having kind of like that glowing eye. So it's like, you know, having a pupil, having an iris, it's just not really necessary. Let's go through teeth. Okay. Oh, always yes. Okay, there we go. So now we've got some teeth going on in here. I'm going to add some asymmetry to this, so let's turn on to move topological. And we're just going to kind of play with the teeth shapes a little bit in here. they don't have to be exactly how they are in the concept, for my own purposes. But it's working out pretty nicely. Some nice fan noise to blow some heat into my mind. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the thing that I get the comment on the most. Is having the fan. Let me see. How was my experience with the summit? It was awesome. It was awesome. I love the ZBrush Summit. Just it's one of those things that's incredibly sad to me that we don't get to be there in person this year. Because that's like, I mean, I don't go to Comic-Con. I don't go to really, I don't go to many conventions. I go to Lightbox, and I go to the ZBrush Summit, and that's it. I mean, that's what I do. I don't go to CTN. I don't go to Comic Con. I occasionally I go to Monster Palooza. Occasionally I go to Designer Con. But really, like, I keep it pretty simple. The conventions that I visit, and so, for it to all be online this year has been helpful from the standpoint of being able to at least get a little bit of a fix. But yeah, I mean, it was fun. So this year, I got to be part of the Sculpt Off, the ZBrush Sculpt Off, which we had 3 hours in order to do something steampunk related. And I did the Sculpt Off in 2016 as well. I was in the hard surface camp, I'll say, the hard surface side of the competition, and it was a blast. It was a challenge, but it definitely got me to really dig into the software and really learn it, and learn it for something that I wasn't really entirely, I guess, practiced on, and so yeah, it was just nice. Not slice. I want trim curve. Trim curve does not. Oh shoot! It does not respect symmetry. So we just got to kind of make the right slice. If we don't make the right slice, we just got to go through and make another slice or something. But that worked out. Let's see, do I have Dynamesh on for this? I don't have Dynamesh on for this. I do want to make sure that each of these teeth has a different poly group, so that way when I go ahead and hit Dynamesh with groups, it'll keep the individual. Yeah, let's go ahead and Control D a couple times. I don't know that I necessarily need to. I'll just keep it at the dynamic preview for now. And since we need some sort of tongue in there, let's go ahead and make a tongue. Right here, let's do it like this. Just gonna pull this in. Oh, multiple rows of teeth. Oh, that's an idea. Hey Prashant, how you doing? Haven't heard anyone who's a rigger for 3D. I wonder how that market works, how that make it works. I would travel for the summit. Was lucky enough to get to go the first two. The first two, like, back like 7 years ago. Oh, you're listening today, Prashant? Here, I'm gonna go over here. Let's say mirror. I kind of want to experiment with this idea of having multiple rows of teeth. That's kind of interesting. I might not keep it, but it's an interesting idea. Nah, it's too much. Okay, let's make sure that that's centered, and then I'm going to go over to my I am in primitives, change for a Q sphere here. And then let's hit the extender. Let's go to crease, uncrease all. Ooh. Let's accept that. Your feed dropped for a second. That's not fun. At least it wasn't my feed that dropped for a second. I might be finally getting to the end of this, like, throat business. Okay, so this right here. Let's do this. And then for this, to make the tongue, I'm just going to go ahead and kind of pull this center line in. Then we'll soften it to kind of reshape the tongue. I forgot that I didn't have symmetry on. It's okay. I mean, it's not a huge deal for this piece because I kind of want it to have a little bit of that asymmetrical charm anyway. So we're gonna do something like this. Cool. Slide edge of the partial, bring that down. Mask out that top. Smooth that out. And then re-cozy it back on in. So that way it holds the crease kind of here in the center, but then it kind of fans out and doesn't hold a crease toward the tip of the tongue. It's going to come through in here and just, I don't need symmetry on right now. It's not symmetrical, so it's like I'm more kind of just shooting myself in the foot by working with symmetry when there is no symmetry. There we go. Turn off solo. So there we go. There's the head. Okay. Why isn't it done yet? Yeah. The Meyer Blender Unwrap tutorial. Yeah, I actually haven't gotten to making that yet. It's a quick thing. It's an easy thing for me to go through and do. I've had so much to do. And this is something that I feel passionate about. You know? That's just how it goes. I'm sorry, Mortar. I'm sorry. Okay, let me go up here. I'm going to turn on dynamic for the eyeballs too, just so that it's nice and purdy. Just started sharing work on Instagram, but seeing everyone's sculpting in the sculpt off was super inspiring. I agree. I mean, there are some insanely cool pieces. My friend Ashley Adams, she was one of my favorites. No red wax, no. Missed having you around. You know what? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and we're going to say, I want to create the gills going around his face. So what we're going to do, I'm going to say, I don't want to click there. I want to come up to here. I want to say insert. fact, let's go up to the head. We'll say insert. Let's grab a plane 3D. Okay, so you see it's a single-sided plane, and it's got some divisions on it. What I want to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to angle it, and since it's something that I want to have on each side, I'm going to come over here, kind of pull it over, and then I've got to shape it some, but we'll do that in a second. Oh man, I love how this guy's turning out. This is going to be so cool, guys. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I'm going to say, let's use my handy dandy move tool. I'm just going to hold Alt and like use the end circles, the middle circle, the end circle, to kind of bend it a little bit. Okay. And then right here, I'm going to take my mask lasso and, better put my pivot in the right place there. And then I can just go in and kind of bend that up a little bit. So now that's, you know what? You know what? I think that might be all right where it is. Let's go ahead and geometry, modify topology, mirror and weld. Oh, not local symmetry. Mirror and weld. Okay, so now I've got it on both sides. Okay, that is what I want. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to hit Control D. Maybe not that much. So now I've got, you know, this sort of thing going on where I've got lots of divisions there. I just got some sort of email and I can't tell what it is. Oh, shop bookworm sale deals on ArtStation Marketplace. Save up to 70% off on awesome products in the ArtStation Marketplace. Now you know. You saw Nanda stream something? Yeah, there were a lot of really good sculpt off images. I was floored. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. So I want to make sure that I'm getting the shapes that I want for these fins. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mask the whole thing. Okay, and then I'm going to take my mask, instead of using my mask lasso or my mask pen, I'm going to use the mask perfect circle, and just to be able to kind of get the shapes in here. Oh, Control Z, X. Now we can draw this out. So you see now as I draw this out, I'm getting more of that, you know, the nice crisp, clean transition between. You know what? Maybe I want to change, instead of the circle, there's this mask circle. Oops. Let's do something like that. Then I can kind of change angles. Do something like this. Oh my gosh, you can already see it. It's so cool. Yeah, the jellyfish was amazing. The nautilus was pretty cool. The the balloon, Noah, with the hot air balloon. That was incredible. No, I don't think he was sculpting with his feet. I thought he was sculpting with his teeth. Is he sculpting with his feet? If he's sculpting with his feet, that's amazing too. But you know, it's I was like, how do you do that? Who else was I was like super? Oh, Oscar's dodo. That was amazing. So the dodo, the Ashley spider, the jellyfish. Those are like my top three. Insane. In freaking sane. Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's get rid of the center down here. Yeah, I can't imagine not being able to sculpt with my hands. You know, it's And yet there are people that do it. Okay, there we go. So we've got this little fin here. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to use Control D. No, not Control D, sorry, Control W. You know what? One of the things I want to do, let's go in over here to polygroups. I'm going to say group mask to 1, so to get the polish there. Cool. Okay, so now we're done. Just kidding, we're not done. We gotta go through and ZRemesh this, but it's off to a fantastic start. Let's kind of tweak some shapes here. You know what? This might be a point where it's like I want to. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try to fix this. Do something like that. That might be a little bit too much. Okay, let's try this. Control W. Okay, now we can solo that out. That looks better. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's quite as big. Let's check this. Wow! Size-wise, shape-wise, that's terrible. Okay. I got an idea. Hey Martín, ¿cómo estás? Can you like any of the images? Yeah, you can like them. I mean, on ZBrush Central, you can go through. There's a little heart icon at the bottom of each post, so you can go through and you can like them. So that's kind of a cool thing. The octopus with the hat was pretty cool. I really liked the way that they used the background. In fact, I'd never heard of the fog feature until seeing that, you know, and going back and rewatching that. I was able to actually watch what they were doing when they were kind of putting the fog in, and so that was, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I really enjoyed being able to see that. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to make another spotlight. Oh no, don't do that. Make it nice and big. Bring it over here into the center. And what I'm going to do, say texture, save spotlight, save this as zoomed. So that way it's, you know, it's its own thing. Okay, let's match this guy up. I mean, more or less. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be close enough, right? So let's go ahead, we'll put this here. Okay. Now we can go through and start to pull in our masking. Grab that. This will be much more on model. It'll get the scale and everything that I want. Something like that. go. All right. It's such a useful tool. And it's funny because like at times when I accidentally select these types of masks, I'm always just like, why did I select that? It's such a dumb tool. Why does it even exist? Alright, there we go. Now Control W. Now I can isolate. Oh no! Let's do this. Hide that. Okay, Control W. Geometry, delete hidden. Delete lower, delete hidden. Just to make sure that we don't have anything hidden. That's okay, we're good. So that's our shape for the head face fins. Yes. Yeah, okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to maybe I'll keep this just from the standpoint of making sure that I still have it. Let's say face fins 01. Control Shift D. I'm like on this first file, I'm always kind of like keeping all these extra things going. What is that, Peter? Is that a goose? Is that a duck? Pixel should fix the subdivisions. I think it's not really a problem. It's just because I mean it's kind of a safeguard in a sense, because it's like if you're working with a model that you accidentally hit the delete hidden or whatever, you know, I don't know. It's typically I don't want to get rid of things like that, but you found it funny. That's funny. All right. Anyway, let's go through this. Let's try to get this ZRemesher. Make sure Dynamesh is turned off. Cool. Turn off adapt. Let's say I'm going to hold Alt and hit ZRemesher. Should be good, I think. Let's see if it gives me anything good. Not terrible. Not too bad. You know what? Instead of having it at 5, I'm going to take it down to 0.5. Hold Alt and hit ZRemesher. This should give me a much cleaner result. I'm going to have to add subdivisions to be able to sculpt in things like the veins or whatnot anyway, but oh, that's terrible. That's so bad. I might as well just go ahead and make my own. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to grab, let's hit 7, because that's going to go through and, did it do it? 7. I can't tell if it did it or not. I guess we'll be able to tell here in a minute. Topology, let's bring back our like a mask lasso or something like that. Okay, it did do it. That's great. Okay, so what I want to do is I am going to start by coming in here. Maybe I'll stroke up here, and then I'll come over here and I'll stroke up. Clear that. Stroke up. Okay. And then I'll do the same thing over here. I'll just kind of bring one over here, stroke up. I'm curious. Oh, there we go. No, come on. There we go. I knew you could do it. And then we'll take this one, stroke it up. Do the same thing over here. Just give it a point. Okay, so we're starting to get this edge flow going around. Poppycock. There we go. Starting to go up and around. So what we want to do, let's grab this, have that flow up. let's have this go up and over 2. Okay. So right here is where we get our 5-pointed star for this particular side here. Oh, come here, you. Oh, no, autosave. To autosave or not to autosave? What a stupid question. I guess I could make that into the second one. That's fine, I guess. I keep messing it up. There we go. Mejor. Okay, so let's see, with this is not supposed to go there. This is supposed to go over here. Let's see, we'll do something like this. Bring this over. Bring this down and over. Bring this down through. Okay, anyway, I mean, I guess what we can do now is we can use our... Oh, so it must have been your internet. Yeah, I need to actually go through and just use the extrude edges stuff. This is getting a little too taxing for me to we'll say split unmasked points. Turn off that, turn off the eyes. Unhit solo. Come on. Oh yeah, and the teeth. Okay, so I guess just hit the down arrow once. Yeah, let's do this. It's a nice thing. We can go over here, we can say snap to surface. We will have to go through and do mirror and weld, but that's not a big deal. And then for the edges, we'll say extrude, edge, snap to surface. And then what we want to do is say geometry, we're going to uncrease all, just so that it's not distracting. Okay. Brilliant. Yeah, I love this this new tool. When I was so I was part of the beta for this version of ZBrush, and it was phenomenal. Like it just totally changed so many wonderful things for me. You know what? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's divvy this up a little bit better. Go through, snap it right there, I guess, for right now. But yeah, just kind of branching this out, evening this out just a little bit, cozy it on out. There we go. Okay, that's kind of setting the precedence for the rest of this. Okay, so this technically should be a 5-pointed star. Let's say delete a single poly. Snap that in, snap this in, bring this up, snap that down, just so we get the right edge flow kind of continued and we know exactly kind of what it is that we're predicting throughout the rest of our model here. And this will be nice because then it's a piece that's done. You know, I don't have to worry about retopologizing it. It's just built. actually don't know what's coming today. It's interesting. They tend to, the people they ask to do beta, they usually go through and have people do a beta, and then they'll usually have them do a break, and then they'll have a beta and a break. There are some people, like usually Pablo Munoz is on every beta. Mike Pavlovich is on every beta. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I've got an extra edge loop in here, so that's. So yeah, there are people that are on every beta. I'm not one of those though. Thankfully. It's really cool. It's really fun. It's a great experience. So if they ever ask you, you know, it's a great chance to be able to learn from them and to get to test things and learn about things before other people. But it's one of those things that's it can be pretty taxing. Oh, you know what? This is going in the wrong spot. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's good. That's all right. Not insert edge loop. Okay, I'm gonna say do this thing here. No. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, so this needs to come up to here. So we're gonna say delete poly, pull this down, merge that together. All right. It's like I'm just trying to make sure that I'm keeping these different things in mind. That I'm controlling things the way that I need to. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I've got 1 and 2. I've got this 2 apart. That's weird. That's because this one's coming to this top one, which is kind of where I want them to go on all of them. Okay, here's what we're doing. Stop it. Just get rid of all of that. We'll just build out the border first. It's just, it's dumb to try to do anything different. Okay. Put it up here and then extrude it out again because I need that extra edge loop anyway. And then merge it to the center. Okay. I'm working on it. I mean, it's I've got a modeling test this week. So after I finish the stream, that's kind of what I'll be working on the rest of the day. Listening to the summit and not streaming. Yeah, by default I can't stream that one. It's under NDA. Hopefully someday though they'll let me kind of post a time lapse of it or something. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, I mean it's pretty exciting for me. It sounds like it'll be a great job. It's for a senior character position. The character direction, the design direction is super cool. And so I'm really excited about it, and I'm hoping that I can get the test to go nicely. It's actually one of my students had referred me to the job, so. She's working there currently, so you know, networking is important. Oops. Yeah, networking is super important. even for a teacher. Yeah, so it's I think it's augmented reality is kind of what it falls under. I'm not sure. They're going under kind of like a big rebranding sort of phase right now. Um, Please don't ask 50 modelers to do a modeling test for you. Abusive little cusp. Yeah, it's modeling tests. You got to be kind of careful with them because it's like it's important to the company to be able to understand that you can handle their style, portfolio. I have a resume. I have professional experience. Why can't you just look at that and um, we've almost got that. We're good. Why can't you just look at that and kind of judge me based off of what it is that you can see, and I feel like a lot of times people will go through and they'll get kind of impatient and kind of chew out recruiters and chew out the company and whatever. It's like, don't be a diva. Don't be a diva. And that's something I got to keep telling myself is like, don't be a diva. You're still just a human. These are just humans that you're dealing with. You know, they're not gods. Um, and regardless of how it may feel, they don't control your future. They do control whether or not you get the job. Um, so treating people with respect and dignity, it's important. But yeah, networking is always important. It's called Genies. I'll write it in the chat. It's yeah, it's like an AR character company. No, the stream didn't die. It looks like I'm having probably the best stream I've had in a while. And I'm not just talking from the standpoint of like I've got, like all the you know what? Maybe I will take 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. I like having that 3 in there. So maybe what I'll do is I will kind of merge things down to 1 for right now. Just so that I have just 3 edge loops between each cap here, between each peak. Just to keep things consistent. And we'll kind of spread things out a little bit. Give these points a little bit more breathing space. Bring that in. Bring that in. Bring that in. And then cozy those out a little bit. Yeah, just for the sake of having something more consistent in in how far apart these points are. Hairy mandibles. Let me see. I guess I'll go through the. It did drop for a second. I'm so sorry. Bummer. Just saying, if I get a chance to work at Santa Monica Studios, I'd do as many modeling tests as they asked of me. That's a good attitude. That's a good attitude. I missed if you explained what a modeling test is, but I'm guessing that they put you through the gauntlet to fit the style they want. Yeah, so essentially they give you like if I were to go through and say, here, let me go ahead and say load spotlight, just so I can get my regular spotlight back up there. Essentially, if I were to like hand this concept to you, in fact, let me go ahead and kind of save this spotlight so that it's not in the way of, or so that the brushes aren't in the way of me seeing it. If I were to hand you this concept and say, I want to bring you on for a project, here's the modeling test, I want you to recreate this. But yeah, I mean, it is one of those things that even just earlier this year, I really struggled with the idea of doing a modeling test because I needed work and I needed to support my family, and so it is a stressful thing. But when you are an artist, when you are a modeler specifically, it is one of those things that you do to find a job. And it's just kind of part of the process. So, it's not just hitting Indeed or hitting LinkedIn or sending out email to recruiters or whatever, it's a matter of really trying to show the studios you want to work at, this is why I am the right person for the job, Let's see. I'm thinking through this piece too much. I'll probably smooth this edge loop along, so maybe I'll just focus on getting this this baseline tweaked to be right. That looks good. Been watching gargoyles a lot lately. Well, not a lot, but I've been wrong brush. I was like, man, it's holding up its symmetry a lot better now. What's going on? But yeah, it's a fun show to go back to. I'm going to say geometry, mirror and weld, perfect. Okay, sweet. Now I just want to check it with the head. Looks like we got it. All right. Okay, so now we'll turn the eyes back on. Turn off the old face fins. Turn on the teeth. Okay, so now we have these face fins blocked in. Okay. Oh, they put the 90s X-Men in there? Interesting. Let's see, what is a cover letter? A cover letter is kind of just like a way for you to kind of be able to explain yourself to the company and why you're a good fit. So some of the things that you want to think about with cover letters is you want to think about who you're talking to. If you're writing to Disney, you don't want to start it off by saying, "Hello, my friends at Nickelodeon Animation." It's like you want to make sure that you are tailoring your cover letter to the company that you're writing to. Like you wouldn't write a letter to grandma and say, "Hey, Uncle Fred," But one of the things that you want to do is crease. I'm going to say crease PG. One of the things you want to do is you do want to make sure that when you are it's so messy. When you are writing your cover letter, you want to explain a little bit about, like, here's a time where I helped my team to success, or here's a time where I overcame a big challenge, or and you don't want to make it very long. You want to make it like a half page at max. It doesn't. You don't want to make it super long. Extrude all polys. Okay, I'll do something like this, and then I want to say, let's go through here, here, here. Let's say Control W. Oh no, I don't want it to polish anymore. Polygroups. Let's get this polished down, and then we'll say group masked. Okay, so now I can say crease PG, and that'll get me nice creases there on my corners. Okay, just to make sure. Come on, you. Yeah, I guess we have to lower this piece here now. Okay. But yeah. Let's kind of tailor this to that shape. All right. Oh, it's so exciting. I haven't done something this stylized in maybe ever. I don't know. But yeah, so talk about something that makes you specifically fit for the role. You don't have to say the reason you want to choose me over my competitors is, but you do want to go through and say specific things that make you appealing to. So like for instance, I teach stylized character creation at Nomen. That's kind of a big deal, and having that on a cover letter is important. It's an attention grabber because people know what Nomen is, at least in the industry. Most people know what Nomen is, specifically here in Los Angeles. Oh no, English teacher told you to redo everything. That's heavy. That can be heavy. But yeah, so when you're thinking about cover letters, think about those sorts of things, about what makes you the one for the job. Okay, so I'm going to go through and say Control D, and I'm actually going to delete the lower resolution there, so that's our new level 0. Okay, and then for the creasing, maybe I'll put it to like not level 0, maybe level 1. That looks good. Okay. So now one of the things I'm trying to think about is how I want to go about making these veins. If it is something that I want to do, something that I thought about, I mean, I'm going to need more resolution, so we're probably going to have to like Control D, timer 2. And then what I'm thinking about doing is taking, for instance, we'll take the select lasso and we'll grab the edges, the edge loops going around these 5-pointed star areas. Maybe we'll leave that off. Okay, and then I'm going to say Control A, Control Shift A, and then we'll just tap on this a couple of times. Control tap on it rather. Let's go ahead and bring these forward. Maybe not bringing them forward. Let's come over here and we'll say something like this. And if I smooth it out a little bit, voila. Gets me a little bit of that ruffle sort of look without having to do a whole lot of work. No, so I don't have a Nomen course. I teach a Nomen course. So every term I teach a live course. I'm actually working on a self-paced course that I will be doing. I'll be releasing on my own. That's something similar to be able to show stylized character creation for animation. I am so excited with how this is looking. This is so cool. This is so cool. I'm geeking out over my own thing. That's so lame, but I'm so excited about it, guys. I may have to call it right now, but oh man, this is so cool. One thing I want to do before I say au revoir. Let's see, let's go ahead and yeah, that'll work, I guess. And then we'll just bring it up. Let's see, subtool split, unmasked parts. And let's bring this underneath here. We'll say eyebrows. But yeah, so, and actually, since Gnomon is completely online right now, it's we have people from outside of Gnomon can sign up for courses. There is kind of like an enrolled student priority, but it is something that is there and it's available. So if you wanted to get into the queue for signing up for a specific course, now during the pandemic is probably like the best time to do it. It's I don't know how much it costs, so I can't really speak to that, but yeah, I think it would be something in the neighborhood of like $1,200 maybe, but I don't know. I don't want to like totally, because I think that's just the price that Gnomon charges per class. But yeah, I don't know. Something I wish that I knew though. I'll have to see if I can find out at some point. Eyebrow pieces here. Eyebrows just make emoting so much easier. So what we're going to do is we're going to say cancel, Shift F. Now he looks surprised. Yeah, I'll be tweaking it a little bit to feel less surprised, but yeah, it's say crease edge loop partial. There we go. Okay, now I need it to be a whole lot less creased. So let's go to the crease, take our crease tolerance down. That's better. Okay. Do I teach environments? I don't teach environments. I do teach. So what I teach at Gnomon is characters, and that's kind of what I tend to focus on in my spare time, just because it's what I'm most passionate about. But I have done a lot of environment stuff in the past. Like my time at Walt Disney Imagineering, it's pretty much all environment stuff. I did do some character stuff there as well, but those were static figures for the parks. Yeah, I mostly designed and built stuff for the Disneyland theme parks around the world. Oh man, this guy is so cool. um, but yeah, so environment stuff. I've done stuff, environment stuff at Walt Disney Imagineering. I've done stuff at DreamWorks Animation for How to Train Your Dragon 3. Um, done some other like boutique studio stuff for environments too. And then I do stuff on my own spare time as well with environments. And OnlyFans. What's an OnlyFans? Is that like a special kind of credit account or something? I haven't actually heard of that. Okay. So, head. Let's come in here. I'm going to start blocking in this body. Ouch. Oh. Interesting. I guess. Oh well. Yeah, don't do that. Who's gonna tell him? uh, see, flatten this down some in the front, flatten it down some in the back. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to go to that close view. Let's bring back our other load spotlight. The spotlight zoomed. Okay, at some point, in fact, here's what we're going to do. Because at some point we're going to have to turn the body to be able to make that pose. The head's kind of cocked off to the side, so we want to make sure that we are thinking about that. I'm going to make another view right there to be able to keep track of that. So I'm going to say timeline, save, the views, yes. Okay. This way we don't have to worry about totally losing symmetry. This is one of these like key tricks that I totally super recommend is working out different angles in your camera so that you can go ahead and be able to see things from different views. So like right now it's aligned for the head, and right now it's aligned for the body. So you know you can just go through and sculpt, move between the two. Hey, Quicks, thanks. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was a good opportunity for me to be able to just share a little bit, you know. Let me see. With this, let's go ahead and say split unmasked. Go down to the body, and we'll rename it, just so we can find it, and that way we can go ahead and we can start to really block things in. Okay, Shift Z just to be able to check that. Okay. That needs to be fixed a little bit. geometry. I don't know if the Dynamesh is on. Dynamesh is on. So let's go ahead and I'm going to hit Control D a couple times. And we'll just Dynamesh that. Ooh, that's dense. I don't want it that dense. Let's bring it down to like 128. Ooh, not that high. Accidentally hit the 0 there. There we go. Good boy. He's a happy boy, such a happy boy. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and block in some pieces for the chest. Bring this back up. Okay. So we got this. Pull this out some. It looks like I need to kind of pull this down a bit so that it's more aligned with the sketch. It's not a big deal. It looks like it's going well on both sides, so that's not bad. Can't complain too much. For some reason just now, I just had kind of like a flash in my head to that point in Harry Potter where Cedric Diggory dies. I bet that's when he becomes a vampire. It's the opportunity to describe it as a place where they sell human anatomy references. Thank you for not describing it that way. I might have gone and checked it out, and I don't want to, so I appreciate that. I'm a little more wholesome than that. Okay, I'm going to add a couple more divisions, and then we'll go ahead and hit polish, just so that we get the shape in there nice and smooth. All right, I'm going to add in like an extra piece up here at the top. And this will be something kind of intermediate, like before I even get to the actual shoulders. I want this to be something that allows me to, it's going to pull it across, allows me to just kind of fill in that space a bit. Otherwise it's a little bit too empty. Just got to keep it real, right? Just got to keep it real. Pull this in the back. Maybe this will just become the angel wings. And the lats. Ooh. Let's go ahead and add one more, and then we'll go ahead and polish it. Cool. Okay, so for this stomach, I kind of want to go through and play with some of this anatomy here. Let me see, we've got about an hour, I think, until ZBrush Summit stuff starts up. Isn't that right? 11 o'clock, they start doing stuff. Let's kind of get a couple little things blocked in there. Yeah, frame mesh is super, super handy. It's one of those things that, well, so the guy who taught me, it was Louis Tucci. Louis Tucci actually. Oh, so so the ZResh Sculpt Off meeting is the first thing today. That's too weird. Yeah, so there was a class that I took as part of the membership of the guild, of the animation guild, and Louis Tucci was the one who was teaching the class. So I got to learn from the master himself some really neat little ZBrush tricks. I love Louis. Great guy. If you ever get a chance to meet him, I mean, he is the most the most genuine person I think you'll meet. You know, he's super cool. Okay, here we go. I'm going to break symmetry for this. Just going to kind of pull these creases kind of more favoring one side than the other. And you can use a little bit of move tool too. I like that. It looks kind of zany, but I mean, you got to think that this is intended to be seen from one angle, and then it's going to be turned into a toy, and I want the toy to be really stylized, and so it's just kind of fun. The robots one, huh? Oh, is that the one about like making functioning making functioning machinery in ZBrush? Is that the one that you're talking about? Something like that, right? I mean, that was a cool idea, and definitely a good a really cool sounding subject. Oh, forgot to turn on my symmetry, but that's okay. We'll just kind of eyeball it for this particular spot. Oops, let's turn on symmetry again. Let's do something like that. And something like that. And that'll work. That'll work pretty well for us. It's so weird. But I'm okay with that. Give him like his bony little hip kind of jutting out right there. Kind of almost makes me feel like I'm going a bit too intense down here. I think I need to kind of tone some of this back. Let's kind of pull some of this out, smooth it some, you know. That feels a bit better. I'm just trying to look at like levels of detail and how it's like the face has kind of like this simple with like this this level of detail kind of coming in around the eyes, which will kind of help to kind of draw our attention to the eyes and kind of retain that attention. The rest of the body, I want to kind of echo that level of detail, but I don't want it to be overwhelming. Oh, come on, you. something like that. And then let's just simplify this spot right here. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so this is for a personal project. Yeah, I can't actually stream client work. Yeah, usually with the client you'll get an NDA, which means that you can't talk about it. Yeah, the sculpting for toys would be super cool. I am actually wanting to see that one. And it looks like, okay, so for those of you who are interested, the 3D character workshop has a discount that ends tonight. There's probably more information about that on Shane's website. 3D character workshop, I think .com, something like that. But yeah, Shane's a stud. He does some really cool stuff, and it's always just so clean and just helpful. So not floor, I need the local symmetry. So I totally recommend recommend going for it if you're interested in it. If not, save your money and you can buy my course when it comes out. Just kidding. That'd be funny. Let's go ahead. I'm going to hit flatten just to be able to get that nice flatness on the bottom. Okay. And actually, that's not quite the way I want it. So I'm going to say mirror, geometry. In fact, let's do it this way. I want to say split, split unmask. Come down here. I'm going to say legs. Control Shift A, geometry, modify topology, delete hidden. Delete the hidden. Already saving for a PC. Yeah, 3D character workshop worth every penny. Yeah, he's done a ton of work to make sure that this is something that's worth people's while, you know. So definitely a worthwhile investment, and I'm not just saying that because he's my bud, you know. Definitely very knowledgeable, very kind. Yeah, Shane's a good dude. In fact, we had our own little mini sculpt off back in I think it was 2017 or something like that. I don't know. It was a long time ago. It was Star Wars themed. It was for FanX up in Salt Lake City, Utah. It was it was fun. He went more stylized and had this really cool style. What was it? It was Guido, not Guido. Greedo. What is his name? Is the green guy with the vacuum face, the bounty hunter that tracks down Han Solo at the beginning of A New Hope. Guido or Greedo? Greedo, isn't it? Greedo. Thank you. Well, that's really dense. It's a whole lot more dense than what I was expecting. But what's nice is that this is going to give me an opportunity to really be able to think about plane changes and things like this. So let's go ahead and do something like this. Oops. see. Okay, maybe what I'll do, I'm going to mirror this over to the other side so that I can check it with the reference. And like we did with the other view, let's just go ahead and kind of check this. You can tell it's definitely not in the right position. Let's do this movie. We'll say save. Monster poster views. Okay. So let's just position the leg where it needs to go. Okay, let's go ahead and kind of do it like this. Cool. Now one of the things that I need to make sure that I do is I need to rotate the bottom portion of this body. Just to make sure that I'm getting everything masked nicely. Okay, now we can go over here and just kind of check and make sure that this is kind of going in the right spot. Let's see, kind of pull this back some, maybe pull this down a bit. Make it wider. There we go. Okay. So now with this leg, let's fix some things here. These legs are like insanely long. But I'm going to probably keep them that way. Is your future course a whole character production pipeline? Yes. Yes, so it starts out essentially just from a sphere and takes it to a production ready model. And then from there, I do the UVs. Right now I'm recording the texturing process. And then yeah, and then we move into making it a maquette, a production maquette. So, so it goes from everything from the sphere, production model, textures, and then a production maquette, opposed maquette. So it's a lot of fun. It's really involved. It's really thorough. So yeah, definitely something that hopefully will be. Shut up and take my money. Yeah. Hopefully. I'm doing my best. No, so it's definitely something that I'm trying to do really well, so that you guys have a good resource to look at for what a production model would look like, what the production process looks like. And I had people vote on it on Instagram, to see like if they wanted to see edited videos to kind of just show the the tips in the process, or if they wanted to see the entire process. And people wanted to see the entire process, so I'm putting the entire thing together in the course. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be cool. I'm really excited about it, and I mean I've gotten some good some people like really excited about about seeing it, but okay, good. Hit Dynamesh. Kind of smooth this out. So yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting to me. And you know, hopefully that's a little bit too wide. Something like that. That feels good. That feels fun. I don't know. There may be a possibility of me going through and doing a couple of beta testers for the thing, and I'll have to see kind of like how I go about that. If I do it as like a drawing, or if I like essentially just how I go about doing that. Let's see. I'll leave the mask there, but I want to change the select rectangle. So we can just kind of smooth out between the two pieces up here a little bit. And what I intend to do, let's go ahead and we'll add in the neck, because the neck's kind of important. Otherwise, it's like, what's your head gonna stand on? Nothing. Nothing. Let's go ahead and grab a cylinder. Oops. Let's go ahead and center rotation on that. Let's hit X, then we'll go to the center, and then we'll center rotation. Turn off perspective. Perspective kind of like throws me off sometimes. But yeah. Oh, turn on symmetry again so I can get the neck going in correctly. I might go through and kind of like duplicate these gill pieces down and kind of use them to make like little frills on his neck, but I'm not entirely sure on that yet. Okay, let me go ahead and use slice curve just to be able to add in an extra loop in there. Take this in. Oh, maybe not that one. Let's go with this one. But yeah, so hopefully that course is something that I can get out by the end of the month. It is something that has taken a ton of work. but it's totally worth having all the work, done and do it well, do it right, so that it's useful, so that it's instructive, and so that it's And the other thing I'm trying to look at is kind of like where to release it, because I don't know that I'll be able to release it through ArtStation because of the sheer volume of videos and things like that. Like there's already over 26 hours of of instruction, so it's like yeah, it's just a lot. And I may go through and kind of split it out into different modules. So for people who are interested in just the sculpting part, or people who are just modeling into the retopologizing, or things like that. I'm trying to go through and kind of think about these things. Let's go through, add some divisions. That's needs some more polishing than I wanted. Okay. I don't know. It's one of those things I'm trying to go through and think about. I'd rather have it sold as like an entire course, because it just feels like it'd be the best value to me. But yeah, I don't know. No, I forgot that there were different polygroups there. Control W. It's funny. It's like Dynamesh. Oh, what a mess. See, I get bashful about asking other people what they did for this particular thing, because it's like I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes and like stealing ideas, and it's like, so I'm trying to like tread that line, and I'm sure Shane would be willing to share something about his hosting and whatever. I don't know, I'll text him later. I will text him later. There we go. Give him some yummy details here in the back. And granted, for the illustration side of this, we won't see this. But when we go through and do kind of the toy aspect of this piece, that's when we're going to want to make sure we have all this anyway. So might as well just kind of start with it now. And yeah, let me see. I'm going to need like a different muscle group coming down here, something like that. So just kind of build that in. So yeah, one of the things I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build in these creases in a way that kind of has like more power down here at the bottom and less at the top. And that just kind of helps it to feel a little bit more natural. So same thing down here. I'm just going to have it maybe like a little bit of like a power spot here, and then a little bit more of a power spot up here at the top. You can just kind of like use your pressure sensitivity to kind of make it so that it's intense in one spot and less in another. It's not quite lined up the way I want it, so we're just going to use our move brush and kind of push it into place. You'll ask Shane if I texted him. I'll do it. Talk about accountability. There we go. I think something like that might work a little bit better. And then for the back, I do want to have something more of like a protruding structure out here in the back. That looks all right. Let me see. Just gotta bring that down a little bit better. So that way we get the torso a lot closer to what it would be. I'm sure a lot of people would ask. Let me see. I am a potato. If you can turn me into an artist, you can sell it as. Look what this dude did after my course. He was even using red wax when he first started. That's funny. I'm gonna print screen this. Just so I can kind of keep track of who's saying what. Yeah, let's go through and do something like this. That might be a little bit too much. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to do one big one and one little one. And that gets just enough breakup that it's not, you know, crazy. Let's keep that nice and crisp. If we decide later we don't like it, we'll just smooth it out. Okay, back down to the leg. Okay. Okay, so this is starting to go well. I do want to actually, let's block in the arms too, because that's kind of important. In fact, what I might do is save. Is that a lockdown belly? It might be. I don't know. It might look a little less like a lockdown belly at some point. I need to still kind of tweak some of these forms. He's a swimmer, so I can't imagine him getting too much of a lockdown belly. But I don't know, maybe he eats watered down Cheetos and dreams of the day that the fish will be healthy again. I don't know. Or maybe his seaweed has a whole bunch of preservatives. Fed with kelp that is treated with RBST. Training for a race with Phelps. Oh my goodness, he needs his what's it called? His oxygen chamber. Oh. it's so fun. This is so fun, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Let me see. So for the leg, now that I've said now the leg, you know, like a dozen times. A little too high. There we go. That'll work. Kind of split it a little bit. It's not something that we'll necessarily see, but you know, it's nice to have it there. Yeah, we'll keep that. Trying to decide how much I want to actually refine some of these pieces, since right I'm not moving it into production yet. Right now I'm still kind of just in the art phase. Let's go over here, modify topology. Oh no, local symmetry! Mirror and weld. He doesn't skip leg, and his legs are forever long. Okay, there we go. So let's grab this. I'm going to actually duplicate this. Let's move it up, rename it arms. And what we're going to do, oops, let's turn on symmetry. Turn on local symmetry. Okay, it's head. This is, oh, turn on perspective. That's why I'm not seeing everything right. All right. Let's take these, grab this other one. We'll just pull it back some, because I can see a little bit better what's happening with this arm. So I want these to be pretty symmetrical. I mean, I don't need them to be anything tremendously out of symmetry. But here's what we're gonna do. Oops, not that. Come on. Kind of smooth it out some. Move that kind of in to intersect with the body a bit better. And then let's pull out, let's see, let's smooth it some. Just to give myself kind of more of a smooth block in to work with. Is this the right one? Yeah, it is the right one. Wow. Because one of the things that I'm seeing, and it might just be something that I have to kind of live with, I don't know. Right, we'll just bend it. Let's go through and block in this bicep. Okay, and then we got to go through and block in these shoulders and make sure the shoulders are getting the right shape and the right scale and the right everything. Shrink that down. Pull it all around. so far I'm liking the shape that I'm getting, so this is going to be good. Okay, so let's go through in here. I do have like quite a bit of poof on the shoulder, so let's test it out and see kind of, you know, how much I like it and if I like it. Let's kind of come over here and play with this. One of the things I thought about doing with my course was starting like a pre-sale, like having it discounted and things like that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud at this point. I mean, I know it's recording in a way that I can go back to it, so it's kind of kind of helpful to me, but you know, hopefully, right? Something like this, bring this down some. Okay, and then with these deltoids, I'm just going to drag these off. Let's invert. Why is it polishing? Not masking. I want to say polygroups. Group masked. Turn that back down. Yeah, I'll probably make a promotional video. Might have my brother help me with it. I don't know. Because I mean, if this course sells well, then I mean it should be a good little bit of passive income for me, and I should hopefully be able to pay my brother, you know, well for the job. Okay, let me see if this is that the right? Yeah, it's the right position for the head. It's the body. Okay. Bring this in just a little bit. I'm just going to pull it down. And I'll pull it up over into the shoulder area here too. Okay. We are getting somewhere. Okay, I'm going to mask this off. Do the same thing like I've done for everything else. Control D a couple of times. Deformation, polish. That way it's a nice smooth piece to kind of compare to, work with. Smooth this out some. Now this may be where I go through and kind of break my symmetry a little bit. Not my symmetry, my straight from my concept a little bit is more what I was trying to get at. And the reason is that I'm starting to get kind of like these forms and these shapes that really aren't working in 3D. I mean, it kind of works as a sketch, but I mean, it's, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, my brother does a lot of video stuff. In fact, he he films all the football games for the place where he went to high school. He Yeah, and then he edits together the footage and whatnot. I don't know if he does that all the time or if he's just kind of done it in the past, but I do know that he has done it, and it's really cool. I mean, it's fun to see some of the things that he does. He does a really good job with like intro graphics and things like that. And you know, I think that he would do really well going into something like some field like advertising, because of his the way that he handles those sorts of things. You know, he's getting pretty good at it, and he's a good self-starter and you know, things like that. That I feel like. Yeah, I feel like he'd be able to run himself well in those fields, in those arenas. I'm just kind of like BSing the anatomy here right now. I'm just kind of like, what do I want right here? Oh, that looks good. Yeah, we'll try that. Because like this isn't this. I mean, it's extremely loosely based on real world anatomy here, right? I mean, this is kind of just part of the game. Oops, don't want that to come out. I want that to go in. All right, there we go. Cool. The shoulder, I'm not entirely sure what I'll do with it. Let's say subtool with say split hidden, and we'll just kind of merge them back down in a minute. What I want to do is start working on the shoulders, make them feel like they kind of fit with the rest of the body, or with the rest of the arms, with the rest of everything, so there's a good transition. Let me see. Let's get some kind of like little crease coming in here or something. I don't know what's going on right there that it's probably just that the brush is trying to figure out what it's supposed to interact with because of the other meshes that are around it. Let's turn transparent off again. And then maybe let's take this so that it goes kind of over and down. Kind of connects with the arm a little bit better. Feels like it has a real insertion point there. So like with muscles are interesting in that they have origin points and they have insertion points. Origin points are kind of where the muscle is rooted, and then insertion points is where the muscle ends. That got a little bit messy. Let's try this again. Now, Prashan, remind me, you're originally from Sri Lanka, right? It was interesting because the other day somebody tuned in on the Sculpt Off stream from Sri Lanka, and I was like, I know somebody from there. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's just kind of interesting because it's like it's not a place that I feel like I hear about very often unless you're looking at like some clothing is made in Sri Lanka and yeah, totally hooked up. Yep. If I ever needed tips on visiting Sri Lanka and types of food to get or customs to be careful of or whatever places to visit. Alright, I think I'm ready to go ahead and merge this back down. Okay, so let's go ahead, okay, good, it is all polygrouped the way that I want it, which is nice. I am going to kind of design the plane there a little bit. Be a little bit right here too. Go. See, that's looking so stinking cool. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Mirror and weld. Turn on symmetry. Good grief. Let's give him his booty. Might not be a man, but he needs a booty. If he is a man, he's not a very good looking one. Just gonna kind of try to work on my transition down here. Oh, autosave comes in like always right as I'm doing something. Cool. Now I've been trying to make better use of the clay brush for the last little while. That's the brush that Rafael Grassetti uses a lot in his projects. So I've been trying to use it, and it's like it's really flat. So it's like you have to kind of really build with it if you're gonna use it. Which is fine. I mean, I like sneaking up on forms anyway. I don't like that. Okay, I gotta save this. Oh my goodness. I'm like, oh here's what we'll do. We'll come down here, give him a little screenshot so he's got some screen space there. That way we can, you know, kind of keep in our mind what he looks like overall as we go through hiding things and whatnot. Sometimes I get paranoid and I have to save again and again and again, even after I've just barely saved. It's just kind of funny. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it is pretty funny. It's kind of ridiculous. I am going to grab this piece. I'm gonna flip it around. Oh no! Turn off local symmetry. Good grief. Wonder why it's doing that. Here, let's say deformation mirror. That totally doesn't even make sense. We're just gonna work with what we got. It's like I hit mirror to try to get it so that it would be inverted instead of getting it inverted. Obviously, it's going to be the exact same on each side. So it's like, the things you do when you think you're in control. Just gonna smooth it out because we're gonna have different forms in here anyway. And let's see, let's get our clip curve, not trim curve, clip curve. Oh shoot, don't do that. Obviously it's not going to work. Oh, stop it, stop it. Just stop. Okay, we're going to do this. Okay. Come on, I thought I turned off my symmetry. Okay, Control Shift A. Geometry, delete hidden. Just work on the one side. Control A, Control W. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we got this. Now we got this. We are totally getting this. We're gotten this. We're getting this, guys. All right. Start off with something like this. Okay, smooth it out. Solo so we can check and see kind of where we are. Let's go ahead and pull this up. No, I'm not trying to get that. Get the right thing. Okay. Just trying to fit it inside of the shape, and then I'll see kind of what I do form-wise to to fix it. Trying to spread out that bicep a little bit. So with that bicep, let's actually bring it forward a little bit more. Kind of like the idea of that shape being a little bit more bulged. Alright, I feel like I'm getting quiet. It is almost a finger too, it's kind of funny. Okay, so right through here, I'm going to add in a little bit of form. Let's do something like that. I probably ought to stop streaming and go and eat breakfast. There we go. It's kind of funny. Can you guys hear the daycare behind us? It's like I can hear it super well, but hopefully it's quiet enough that my microphone isn't picking it up. Yeah, there's a... Let's see. We gotta fix this. It is almost lunchtime. I do need to get something to eat. Especially since I skipped breakfast. Most important meal of the day, says who? We'll really cut into this forearm. And then maybe we'll build it up top, just kind of like changing where our forms are happening. Funny, my kids are on a super dinosaur kick lately, and I mean they super know like all the dinosaur names, and like they watch the Camp Crustacea or whatever on on Netflix, and like they super love they're passionate about it. For my son's birthday, we got him, well, I guess we had my grandma get him like this, it's like this kit. It comes with like these dinosaurs and like these chalk like eggs, and they have to like excavate the little dinosaurs. It was really cool. Keep them away from Dino Dana. I don't know who that is. Is that like another like a recent cartoon or something that kids are going crazy about or something? It's a show on Amazon Prime. Yeah, we don't do Prime, but good to know that there's something to avoid, I guess. Let me see, let's get this in here. Let's have this come out there. Have this kind of come down, have this kind of come down. Nah, I'm not liking how that's going. Let's see. maybe what we'll do is we'll figure out blocking in the rest of like the hand. Let's hit mirror and weld. This hand is going to need to be lower, but we're not going to worry about it too much for right now. Or maybe we can. I don't know. Let's just go through and do it. Okay, so I can tell from this view that it's not like it's getting really thick through here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this, let's use inflate, just kind of thin it out. And then we'll build it back up. And we'll hit mirror and weld just to make it so that it's symmetrical for now. I'm going to turn on the back face masking. There we go. I think something like this is going to work much better. Just keep it a little bit simpler. Mirror and weld. Turn on symmetry so that we're not doing twice the work. Oops. Something like that for right there. Let's grab this and we will say I want this to be a little bit rounder kind of there on the bottom. Just kind of drag it and then cut it. This is bent a little bit too much, so I'm just going to kind of even it out just a little bit. Okay. So now we have arms. Oh, we still haven't finished the legs, but I'm going to say that's okay for right now. Lead character's voice is like nails on a chalkboard. That's so terrible. Live action with CG dinosaurs. Actually not a bad show for kids, but because there's sound involved, it's not great for parents. Sorry, dude. Our kids are also like super into Pokemon, and that's like their main kick. I mean, they're super into dinosaurs right now, which is cool. But then they're like incredibly into Pokemon, into like a point of like, and they don't have any outlet. They don't have any way to be able to kind of, you know, convene with their friends at recess at school and be able to, you know, talk about it and play with it and, you know, do whatever, trade the cards. But it's one of those things that, like, because they don't have that outlet, we get to be the outlet. You know what? I think I want to continue this down just a little bit. Sounds like one of the neighbor's kids is really kind of passionate about something right now. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I do want to exaggerate this shape just a bit. Maybe we'll kind of make it so that it has a little bit of a break in that curve, so it's not just like a steady curve, but it has like this cool like bit of a hard break there. Maybe not a hard break, but just a break. How long have I been going on this? Let me see, it's 11 o'clock now, so that means that we started like 3 hours ago. And I feel like we're just so close, it's like a shame to to stop. But it's, I probably ought to. Go ahead and drag these down. I'm going to say split, unmasked, and then with these we're going to drag them beneath the legs. Just for the sake of being able to put something in here that's going to block in that lower leg. I won't go through the whole creature today. I do need to go live a little. So what we're gonna do, let's grab this. We're gonna click and drag it out. Is that the right? That is the right. Oh, it's because perspective is off. I was like, why is it looking so odd? It's like I swear that the leg was matching up so much better than that earlier. Okay, do something like that. Oh, my dynamesh is off. Turn this up to 256. No blur. And rotate this out. Let's do it more like this. Maybe a little bit more in, but yeah, something more like this. Let's see. Let's push it down some, and then we'll use our clip curve. Just come in and clip that down. Yeah, let's do it again, but without the mask. Pull this up. Wow. Okay. Let's turn the, in fact, maybe we'll leave the resolution down at 120 for now. No, let's put it up at 256. Just kind of smooth things out. So now the idea is to kind of work out these knees. Get something like that going for these knees. Yeah, so I have absolutely no frame of reference for what these calves ought to look like. Smooth it out. So we get to make this one up. We'll probably keep it fairly simple, kind of like what we tried to do here with the legs. Okay, with these upper legs. Let's go through and kind of clean this up just a little bit. It's a little bit much, a little bit too hard. Okay. There we go. Just kind of smoothing some things out. Yeah, almost have a Spider-Man, kind of. This particular piece, yeah, I mean it's Dynamesh, so we could just really kind of play on this pretty heavy. Yeah, let's go down and we'll do something like this. Say polish. Let's say polish groups. Turn that off. Polish. No, polish groups. Let's try this again. Okay, there'll be a lot of sculpting involved in making this part look right, I think, but certainly getting more there than it was, so. Starting to get a better shape out of the lower leg here. I'm not going to worry too much about the rest of the leg at the moment though. Let's go back up and block in these hands, because these hands are going to be more of a central piece here. Let's get our cube. Split unmasked. Come down, rename it. Hands. I'm going to delete these unnecessary pieces. delete. And let's bring these things that belong to the head up top, so that way we can above the eyebrows, there we go. The teeth need to be above the gills, things there, face fins. Okay, let's go ahead and take, yeah, we'll keep the eyes, because I think they're kind of interesting having the idea there. But I think that we'll definitely keep them toward the bottom. It's interesting to see just the subtle ways in that the original head differs from the current head. Okay, you can see like some shape refinement and some smoothness and things like that that have come into it. So kind of nice, kind of neat. Let's kind of smooth out this little area in here, just because I want to. Okay. Now he's freaking out because he has blocks for hands. Yeah, I like having the eyebrows in there. It kind of adds a nice touch. Okay. I'm going to come over here actually. Let's go to the eyes. And I'm just going to say MRGB color fill object. Just so that they stay white and lighter than everything else, even if we have something else selected, a different subtool selected. So let's get started on this. Local symmetry. In fact, I'm kind of, I don't want to sculpt the hand right now. I do need the practice though. So here's what I'm going to do, just kind of lengthen out that palm a little bit. I'm going to come over here, let's kind of, oops, that's not what I wanted. Just kind of like flatten this out a little bit, make it a little bit more broad. Smooth it some. I just made a new sail on my hairbrush, it looks like. It's fun. That has been easily my best-selling product. I have sold so many copies of my hairbrush. It's been nice. It's been a nice thing to have had in my store. Lemonade, don't miss this deal. Get an ahi tuna poke bowl. I always look at it and I'm like, poke bowl, poke. Where was it? Was it on Facebook where you used to send like pokes and things like that? And it's like, that's, I don't know, I don't like that, but whatever. It sounds kind of nice though. Tuna sounds good. Tuna sounds really good. I like tuna. I could go for me some tuna. Okay, so here is our creature so far. Definitely starting to come along. Now we'll get back to that hand in a second. Just saw something with this knee that I wanted to change. Because of course, right? I'm going to come up here and say brush, curve, turn on AccuCurve. Turn off AccuCurve. Just helps me to be able to use the move tool with like a super pointed reference point, so that it's going to go through and essentially create a sharp transition wherever I wherever I grab, right? So it's nice. You know what? Kind of like that. So let's keep that. We'll make that a feature. Let's kind of stylize this a little bit. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, maybe not quite as much. Let's lessen it. I do want to have it in here. So something that just came to my head was Abe Sapien from Hellboy. And I was just thinking, the actress that plays, I can't remember her name in the movie, but she's essentially a Hellboy's love interest, right? I'll have to talk to that point of the 3D printing hair stuff in a second. But I was like, her, it seems like she may possibly have, like, I can't remember. It's some sort of degenerative disease right now, like where she's like slowly fading. Can't remember what it was called though. If it was, I can't remember if it was ALS or if it was something else. But then I started thinking, like, ALS essentially goes through, and Liz Sherman, doesn't she have some sort of degenerative muscular condition, something like that? Anyway, I started thinking about that, and then I was like, I wonder, pyrokinetic. What's that one? Okay, let's go through. I swear I'll finish these hands at some point. Right, but I mean, like in real life. Like in real life, the actress has some sort of condition. Somebody does. Let me see. Hands. Let's just say Dynamesh. And then we'll smooth it out. Okay, so what I want to do, whenever I do hands, in fact, let's do it like this. I'm going to say, let's build up right here, and then we'll build in, like sculpt in right there. Give it a little bit of a pump over there, and a little bit of a build over here. And I'm going to kind of pull this out so that it makes the area for the thumb. So doing curly hair for 3D printing is kind of like what you would do for anything else. I mean, what you want to do is, a lot of people will go through and they'll use, just kind of sculpt it into just kind of sculpt it into like a big main solid base, and then they'll go ahead and they will take essentially just kind of using like the curve, the clay buildup and brushes like that to kind of build up the volumes, and then to kind of sculpt in the like carve out little areas. I mean that's kind of what I do when I'm sculpting something that's intended for 3D print. But I do also have this this brush available on my ArtStation if it's something of interest, where you can go ahead and you can drag out curly hair, and then it's got the multi-curve functionality to it, so it's like you get these multiple strands of curly hair, and it's watertight, so it's something that would 3D print. It's just that it's a little bit more delicate, and so going through and 3D printing something like this becomes a little bit trickier to kind of work with, to navigate, you know, getting it ready. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the main thing there, is just making sure that something's watertight. So yeah, exactly. Which, you know, in all honesty, it's not quite as hard as you might think, making something watertight. It's just a matter of making sure that it's clean and making the shapes that you need, you know. Okay, I'm going to take this and kind of pull it back a little bit. Yeah, proportion wise that feels a little bit better. Maybe a little bit less in that scale there though. Just gonna pull this back. Yeah, got to fill in the holes. One of the things that a lot of 3D print software will look for is non-manifold edges or faces or points, and that just means like either edges that don't have any faces attached to them. So like sometimes you'll get like edges that are kind of sticking off of your mesh, kind of like a finger, but there is no actual geometry there. It's just an edge and a point. So that's a non-manifold thing that you can actually fix most of those types of problems using the decimation master inside a ZBrush. You just decimate and it'll fix a lot of those problems. Hey Ro, how you doing? Long time no see. Long time. How have you been? Let's see, I'll come over here. Let's start building out these fingers. So build out one, and then what I'll do is I'll use the extender and extend it out. And then here on this back side, we can kind of shrink it down. I'm going to say accept, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pull on this a little bit. have fun with it, right? Say uncrease all. And then it just becomes a matter of creating some of this shape. I do want these fingers to have kind of this Corey Loftus finger sort of look. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work on how wide the finger is. I think that it might be a little bit too wide for the effect that I'm looking for. You're going for your masters? Wow. Where are you getting that at? Oh, studying a 3D animation master at the moment. oh gosh. Unless you're not talking about me, in which case, who are you watching? Paul Gabriel was getting super excited, sharing his extender tips yesterday. Yeah, I love extender. These the different pieces that you can get out of the deformers with the gizmo. It's incredible. Me siento cansadito. Okay, this might be a little bit too much. Let's kind of smooth that out just a bit. Okay, I'm gonna hit Control D, maybe a couple times. Polish just a little bit. And now we can go through and kind of pull out these shapes a little bit better, make it a little bit more let's go ahead and use this and we'll just kind of Okay, so we're starting to get some of these shapes in here that we want, which is good. I'm going to put this knuckle up here a little bit higher, and then we'll put a little bit of a kind of an indentation right here, and we'll put another knuckle. Let's kind of pull this back a little bit, just so that it feels a little bit more natural in its placement. It's not going to feel natural in its shape per se, but it needs to feel more natural in its placement. So let's see. Let's bring our Z intensity back up since we have a much denser mesh, digamos. Pull this fingernail forward some. Smooth some of these forms out. And just kind of move things into place. Okay, I think this is starting to work. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be cool. Let me see. Had no idea changing the axis of the gizmo would alter how the deformer works. Yeah, yeah, and that's one of those things that it can be a pain to deal with because sometimes if you can't get the gizmo lined up the way you want it, then your things like, I mean, for instance, the extender is not going to work quite the way that you want. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that you kind of gotta. Say Control W, so that's. We'll say Control D. Polish. Yeah, so for that raid, for that video, where are you guys raiding from? For the video for the ZBrush Summit, it was kind of funny. So what I had to do is I had to record it once. Yeah, this is ZBrush. Right now I'm working on this this guy right here. I started him at the very beginning of the stream, so if you want to be able to see him from beginning to end, you'll be able to just go back and watch it either here for the next 2 weeks, or you can watch it over on YouTube, which you can find at youtube.com/smartist. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, so you'll be able to watch this thing from the beginning if you're interested in that. Yeah, where are you guys coming from? Anybody coming over from the raid? Getting kind of a cool shape in there. I think maybe we'll shorten these nails. I think having the long nail makes it feel a little bit weird. So let's bring this up. Oh, it was your raid? Welcome. Some frame animation. What were you using? Were you using I guess what were you using? I guess I don't really know much. Were you using like storyboard animate, or were you using like I guess I'll just leave it at the question. I honestly can't remember the different animation apps that I or were you using like a 3D Procreate? Cool. Cool. Yeah, that's something I want to get into, that I want to start kind of doing a little bit. Because I mean, I used to do a lot of animating back when I was in school. You know, frame by frame, traditional on paper sort of stuff. You know, I'm trying to decide how far I want to take that. That's going too far. Let's go ahead and pull this back some more. And yeah, that was kind of like, that was some of my good stress relief sort of activities. It was like pulling out the paper, pulling out the pegboard, and just going at it for a good 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, I really enjoy frame by frame animation. You know, straight ahead, moving straight ahead, or going and doing something more. You know, like key pose animation. It's pretty epic. Animation's fun. So good on you for streaming animation. I know that can be, one, it's fun, but two, you know, streaming that sort of stuff, I think that I don't know. Might be hard. Yeah, let's see. So we've got this. Dynamesh is on, but it's not very high density. So let's go ahead and double it. Let's see how it goes. Cool. Just to make sure that we get an even density throughout. Smooth it out. At the corner of the books. Yeah, I knew a few people that did stuff like that. So I'm just trying to go through right now and just kind of build out some of these planes on the fingers. Go ahead and build that in a little bit. And one of the things I'm debating is whether to leave this fingernail coming out straight or to kind of have it kind of curled down in the front. Remove the only followers chat. I don't think I have only followers chat. Interesting. Let me go ahead and check that then. Let me say Twitch. Okay, let me see. Going to channel. Let me see if I can remember how to get to it. Settings, channel, video, Les préférences. Well, I mean, you guys could fix that by one thing. You know, you could go through and just follow, and then yeah, it says subscriber only chat, moderator tools in. Okay, so it says followers only mode when viewers must follow you for a specified amount of time. I'll just say any followers. That's fine. Okay, try that now. Try that now. See if that works. If it doesn't work, then I guess, you know. Hey, looks like it's working. Hey guys, Loretta, everybody. Wow. All of a sudden, it's like the whole chat just started streaming through, and I'm just like, whoa, holy crap. Yeah, so just to be able, since we have a whole bunch of people kind of coming in, I started this guy at the beginning of stream about coming up on 4 hours ago. So yeah, I mean this will be available to watch back on here on Twitch for 2 weeks, but then on my YouTube channel. Let me send you that. So youtube.com/smartist. And you guys can find me there, and yeah, so it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's intended to be. Right now, I'm going through and kind of pulling out the hands, but essentially, what this is intended to be is like a movie poster creature. You can see like my sketch up here in the top corner that I'm working from. So yeah, he's going to be like this little stylized creature, creature from the Black Lagoon type creature, right? And yeah, I mean the idea is to just go through. I'm working on this personal project, kind of well, kind of just streaming to be able to show production pipeline modeling type stuff. And I've been building out this environment, these characters. I'll show you one of the characters. Let me save this first though, because I don't want to lose it. Hey, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Let's see, I'll load the tool. Let's go to Kai. So this is Kai, and Kai is into games. He's into creatures and robots and things like that. Anyway, so the scene that I've been working on lately has been his apartment, the apartment that he lives in, his bedroom. I started blocking that out on ZRush Live last week. So yeah, super fun. into ice cream. Into ice cream. That's his thing. He'd probably like donuts and Doritos too, but I don't know. Whatever he gets from the vending machine probably works just fine. but yeah, he's great character. I love this character so much. And so I'm going through and creating this as like one of his movie posters. Yeah, socks and sandals. Way. Yep, socks and sandals are that's the way to go. That is how it goes. You know, that's just fashion. That's modern fashion right there. But yeah, I have a friend on Patreon, and she's Asian. She said that her brothers were a very common thing that they would wear around the house, socks and sandals. That's just relax fashion for her brothers at home. So I was like, you know what, we're gonna do it, because I do it too. Thanks. Yeah, I super love him. He's so much fun. And this guy is intended to be both a movie poster and a here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and we'll kind of build up the skin here on top of the knuckle so it feels like he's got some skin being pushed up. Yeah. And then we'll have to go through and kind of add like a little bit of a crease here or something, but yeah. And as we go through and add the rest of the fingers in, that'll feel a little bit more better. Okay, let's go ahead and actually add this up a little higher. All right. So yeah, this is coming along. It's really fun. Kind of build this up just a little bit more. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's pull out the rest of the fingers. Let me see. He's such a cool dude. Where I live, we know when someone is from another country because socks and sandals. Nobody in this country would do that. Where are you from? I'm trying to remember. I don't know that I've ever actually asked. Let's go ahead and pull this out, invert my mask, and get the new polygroup pulled out for that. Let's kind of rotate it some so that it's not totally facing the same exact direction as Okay, so for this one, let's go ahead and we'll pull this in. Actually, I don't want to change the direction really. I might want to change kind of where it's aligning. In fact, here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead, we'll take this, we'll rotate it up. We will mask about right there. Rotate that down. One of the things that Corey Loftus does with his hands that I really like is he'll go ahead and he'll take these outer fingers and kind of give them just like a little bit more gesture, if you will. Nerds, come on, not the clip curve. Just to make sure we have different poly groups so they don't merge together. In España. I didn't know you were from Spain. Dude. All this time. Do you have any good, like, oh, se me olvidó el nombre del plato. The outer two fingers, yeah. So like the ring finger and the pinky. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and control click and drag and pull that out. The pinky does need to be smaller. Kind of invert the mask and select it. And then with this, what we're going to do is instead of keeping it so that it's level, I'm going to keep it so I'm going to put it at an angle. Paella. That's the one. Yeah, that's like the Spanish dish that I know. Okay, I want to take this pinky that's kind of rotated up some. And we're going to use, like, without shame, we're going to use this move brush. Let's scale it up a little bit. I scaled it down too much. Pull this forward some. Then I'm going to try to adjust the flow of these fingers so that they feel like they're kind of more unified in shape than they were. And that'll kind of just help streamline the shape in the 3D, you know, being able to see it and have it look pretty decent there. Yeah, paella is really good. Smooth these out. In fact, we've made a paella before. I don't know if it turned out like super traditional or anything, but it was good. Yeah, it had the shrimp in it and the rice and we pretty much put everything in it. So it might not have been very traditional. But it was good. It was good. It's kind of interesting going through and sculpting something like hands, because you'll go through and you'll get so much you'll have to do a lot of re-sculpting, which is fine. But it's just one of those things that is really kind of interesting to me about hands, because they are such a different beast. Oops. Thanos. Yep. All you little Spain kids over there. Spanish invasion. It's the Spanish Inquisition. Okay, these hands are probably going to be slightly different on each side. Let's go ahead and kind of test some things out here. So I'm trying to kind of get a good little swoop between the knuckles here. And let's change the padding on this index finger here just a little bit. Okay, now that we've got that, let's go ahead. I'm like jumping around. It's kind of how I work, right? Anybody who's been around for a while knows that. Yeah, I just jump around. Gotta make that thumb here in a minute too. Starting to get some of those shapes in there that we want. We'll have to stylize them kind of to be able to fit in more with like the rest of the anatomy here in just a minute, but yeah, coming along pretty stinking cool. Let's grab this finger, invert our mask, just so we can select it on its own. Come here, you. There we go. Just kind of pull those in. Socks with sandals is a weirdy thing? That is not a term I've ever heard. You'll have to teach me. What does that one mean? There we go. Now we got some good hand action going on in here. At some point, I'm going to have to go through and kind of re-topologize this guy. But not today, because it's kind of a nightmare, and I definitely need to eat something. And I'm sure those of you who have been on the stream with me this whole time too, you're probably hungry and have things to get to as well. So it's kind of interesting. I thought for sure that the ZResh Summit was supposed to have something on this morning, but I guess it doesn't start until like 4 o'clock this afternoon. People from another country, mostly UK people. Interesting. So would you pronounce it like that? Guiri? Because honestly, that's not a term that I've ever heard, so it's I don't really have a good term. Like Guiris are tourists from north of Europe mostly. Okay. I wish I was a tourist from north of Europe. Let's kind of pull this in a little bit here. It's so funny to me though sometimes, because like so some of the people that tune in, like I know them well, you know, I see them all the time, I know where they're from, but I had no idea that Mortarcaner was from España. Pues de qué parte de España vení? So like Giri or Guiri? say standard brush. Let's pull this through. Guiri de Madrid. That's cool. Yeah, Madrid is one of those places that I would love to go visit someday. But now I know I'd just be Guiri. Yeah, it's funny because like down in Chile it was always gringo, and it was always, you know, there were always jokes associated with gringo. But here in North America, it's more güero. Specifically, you know, talking about somebody like me, right, with the pale skin. But yeah, you're welcome to come here. It's good. I'd love to come for the Festival de Fallas one of these days, because that is amazing. I'd love to see all that work like up close and oh, it's amazing. Amazing sculpture. Especially like this year. This year would have been a great year to have gone, because seeing the year 2020 burned in epithet, you know, that's like that's, do you ever do anything special for Fallas? You know what? I want to make his hands more webbed. So I'm going to pull this out. You know what? I probably shouldn't. Do it like that. I think what I need to do to make the webbing, to make it work so that it works nicely. Croquetas. Yeah, croquetas are really good too. Jamón ibérico. Jamón ibérico. I don't know that I've ever actually heard of it. I'm guessing it has ham in it though. You know what? I am going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take... Oh, not that. Let's grab mask pen. Oops. Right like that. So this way I get a nice thin piece to drag out. Feeling kind of stumped on this one. I do want it to have kind of the webbing there, but I feel like it's kind of unifying the shapes too much. So I'm trying to go through and figure out a good way to get the shapes to still read through, to get the anatomy of the hand to read through nicely, and not lose it. Extremadura. Now, what part of the pig are you talking about with that? You talking about limbs, like legs, or are you talking about ¿cómo se dice? El poto, pues. La nalga. Or is it la cola? Hind leg. Cured with salt for months. Interesting. It certainly brings the flavor to full. Just that, you know, just to that, to the like a full, full flavor. Let's get that in there. Oh boy, this is coming through. This is coming through. Have to absorb the essence of the cosmos for a couple of years before exploding with flavor in your mouth. Oh, gross. I'm guessing you probably just looked that up. Are you from Spain, Mandibles? You're in the US, but are you from Spain? Are you familiar with Spanish customs? You just like food? That works. That works. Food channel buff. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm trying to be careful of, I want to be aware of what forms I'm getting out of my hands, and then I'm not getting too. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Kind of get that and carry it up. I don't want to get too terribly like realistic with these. I want them to stay very stylized and very yeah, stylized, chunky, and so it's like you couldn't go through and look at that and say, oh yeah, those hands look exactly like this dude's hands, or you know, whatever. It's just kind of like more based off of shapes. Do I still have my interesting? In fact, let me do this. I want to see what my curve is like. I've got this curve for this move brush, but then if I use the regular move brush, it's got the same curve. I don't know why it behaves differently. Ah, oh, cheers. Have a great meal. It's good to see you, Ro. Thanks for stopping by. Well, see is kind of more the figurative, I guess. Thanks for showing up. something like this. If you ever have your UI disappear like that, it's because you're hitting the tab key. So just so you know, it's a great way to be able to kind of give yourself more window to work with, but I know the first few times I did that, I freaked out. Put those on top there. Work with some of these forms in the hands now. And I think I might call that good. I mean, I might still go through and put in some sort of webbing between these fingers because I think that would help with the look. Let's do it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Let me see. It's the curve, tri-fill, or the quad fill, whichever one floats your boat. Say curve. I'm going to say snap. I'm going to say lock, start, and end. Really thick. That's better. We'll just commit that, and that'll work just fine for what I need. Yeah, snapshot of the model. Yeah, it's hard. Because it's one of those things that happens so easily. Like either you accidentally have your finger on the shift key when you hit the S to be able to get change your brush size or whatever, or you hit it by accident some other way, and it just yeah, it's funny. Oh, I thought for some reason that it had the different polygroups. I guess it doesn't. So in order to get different polygroups, we would have to go through that whole thing. And I am not ready and willing to do that. Okay, so we'll just do something like that. And then let's do another one for the other side. I don't need to do one between the middle fingers here because nerds. But yeah, because I'm not really seeing the mesh there, so it's not really a big deal to have something that's not going to be seen. Out, make sure that it's kind of feeling like it's aligning about where it needs to be. It's not wanting to cooperate much. Okay, so now I've got the webbing in the fingers, in the hands, so that's good. This feels a little bit too chunky. Let's let's kind of play with this. And the hands might feel a little bit large, so let's kind of shrink them down too. Something like that. We'll try to subdivide with Shift D and press Shift S. Yeah, that's true. That'll happen too. Like I have troubles wanting to cut out of this because I want to finish them now. But I'm going to keep them like this, I think. I mean, ideally, what I want is to go through, let's kind of color them, whatever. Let's go MRGB, color, fill object. Color, fill object. Or you can come up here to let's actually turn off the teeth and the eyes, and we can come up here to Z plugin, subtool, master, fill, color and material. There we go. We can bring the eyes back. We can bring the teeth back. We'll get kind of like our off-white color for the teeth. Hey, Jan. Yup, I've only got see, something like that. That looks good. Color, fill object. Bring the rest of that back. Oh, it's so cool. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so much fun. Oh my goodness. I think I'm probably having more fun than anybody else. Gonna turn on my color spray, grab alpha 8. Just kind of go, turn on RGB, turn off Z add, turn off lazy mouse. Just give it a little bit of color variation. And then we can come in here and we can start, you know, actually doing something real with this. Let's see kind of how we go about this. Let's get this a little bit more yellow. Pull in some warmth here around the eye. So that feels kind of cool. Yeah, I don't really know exactly what I'll do with the rest of the color, but you know, we're just kind of playing, right? Yeah, let's go through, kind of pull some darker tones in here. Let's go through, we'll just kind of fill in the inside of the mouth a little bit here, and then we'll clean up the outside. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll say brush. Oh, I already have it open. So let's go over here to auto masking, back face masking. Oh boy. Sounds like somebody's outside playing there. And then we'll just kind of clean up this edge a little bit so that we don't have as much of a mess there. Hey Ian, how you doing? Just got off of work so you can watch? Holy cow, that's like the first time I've ever heard of you actually being off of work. Let me see. Here, I'm going to grab this, pull it maybe deeper, more saturated. Kind of pull this in here like this. It's fun having like a sense of community with these sorts of streams, you know? It's just kind of a fun thing to do, you know? You know what I need to do? Let's go ahead, let's hit solo. Let's grab the actual tongue color. And we'll just kind of throw this in here a little bit. Just for the sake of getting it to be a little bit lighter as we get closer to the opening of the mouth. Maybe not quite as light as the tongue, but you know, it's just a little bit lighter. You know? You know? You know what I'm saying? I usually work in the mornings, weird schedule during the pandemic. Yeah, I suppose so. Love every bit of the community. Blaming Smartest because he didn't make the unwrap tutorial. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Yeah, I won't unwrap this one because it's so much more. I mean, it's not like really cool defined topology that I want to have a nice refined texture for. It's really just kind of messy Dynamesh, yucky, gross. Topology. So yeah. Anyway, it's just one of those things that um, I'll definitely be keeping kind of messy for now. And then when I go through and do my retopology on it, you know, for a different stream, that's when I'll go ahead and I'll do a UV unwrap, and I could show you guys that process or something at that point. I think probably. There we go. Yeah, yeah. We should rewind, call 2020. Make it the right way. That's really funny. Let's come through here. Maybe get a slightly different tone with the eyelids themselves. It's gonna bring some of this tongue pink out. There we go. Make the brush smaller so that we don't go too far out. And then kind of blend it a little bit. Just kind of select kind of an intermediate color. Oh, that's not going to work up there. Let's pull this down. Cool. Yeah, I'm liking that. Let's go ahead and we'll add some more of it up here. Just to get a little bit of like a color range. A little bit of a hue shift. It kind of helps a little bit to get a little bit of a hue shift sometimes. Alright, look at that. I feel like Bob Ross. Happy little demon monster. Let's grab this this base color right here. We'll just kind of start pulling it out. I just want to make sure that there's a some sort of a subtle transition there, even if it's just in color. Trying to decide. I might try to do. Oh, I didn't even realize that that wasn't even going onto the back side there. Okay, let's go ahead and pull that in. Just kind of trying to pull this around. Wait for some good color transitions. Get the middle range color in here. The bottom side can probably be a little bit darker anyway, because it's on the bottom. Got that middle tone, just kind of pull it out a little bit over here. I don't know, let's try pulling in something a little bit warmer and brighter to these tips. Let's lock our camera so it doesn't go anywhere. Let's get a little bit warmer, a little bit brighter. It might be a little bit too bright, but we'll tone it back here in a minute. Just kind of selecting different tones from the colors that I've already drawn on, and it's helping me to kind of go back and forth and kind of push different tones forward and backward, right? So maybe bring the dark tones out a little bit further. Okay, let's turn off that camera lock. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Gotta go run errands. Oh my goodness. Like a surprised in pain little monster. Good, he is kind of like a surprised in pain little monster. Poor guy. Let's go ahead and add some good color here to his eyebrows. Something like that. With the teeth, what we can do, here, let's go ahead and let's mask off the tongue. I'm going to grab this, make my brush pretty kind of like a gross color. I want to make it a gross color so we can kind of just brush on a little bit here toward the bases. It's not quite enough. Okay, Control D, because that's not going to be enough resolution to really get the color to stick. Let's delete lower. That's better. Okay, so let me see. For this piece, let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll go ahead and on the back of it here, kind of pull in some of that dark purple so it feels like it can kind of blend in with the back of the mouth a little bit better. Let's turn on symmetry. Through, maybe lighten this up just a bit. It's not as saturated as I'd like. Let's go ahead and saturate it up a little bit more and go over it again. That's better. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, I'm super excited to see who won the sculpt off. It'll be really interesting to see who was picked, who was chosen. I'm confident it wasn't me. I'm confident I didn't win, but I hope that I won. because I would like the first prize. I can't remember everything that they said was involved with it, but it was something that I know I could use, and it's something I know that I would use too. So it's like, I don't know. It's the prize spoke to me. Here, let's see. These legs. Oh, that's funny. Legs. Let's just go up. Control M. Merge that down. Okay. Let's go ahead and get some color change in here. Now with the belly, I want to do something kind of amphibious, you know, where they go through, they have like the lighter tones on their stomachs. So maybe what I'll do is I'll carry that into the legs too. I think I'm going to have to get a little bit lighter on this though. Let's carry this onto the sides pretty well. On the bottom of the neck. And then for the back of the neck, let's go ahead, and even the back of the body, let's go ahead and pull these darker tones out. Tops of the arms. Yeah, it's all about just unifying these pieces. And kind of pull out some color on these hands. Now for the hands, I think I might go ahead and pull in some of these redder tones, specifically for like the fingertips. Just kind of feels like the right thing to do, right? I don't know, and we may even go in and decide that's not quite right. Which, spoiler alert, I'm deciding it's not quite right. So what we'll do, let's go ahead and grab this. I actually want to make it a little bit darker, maybe a little bit bluer. Let's go ahead and kind of pull in in some darker colors in here. It's definitely starting to feel much more aquatic. Now on the poster itself, it's not going to have the same, it's not going to have like all these colors and things to it because the idea for the poster is to have it be like a very graphic Mike Mignola sort of style coloration and whatnot. I guess we'll keep that kind of dark. So I'll do something like that. Okay, this is so cool, guys. I know I've said that like a billion times in the stream, but I'm super excited about how this little guy is turning out. Especially since he's just a speed sculpt. Kind of pull in the darker colors here on the legs. Grab this, let's go more yellow, let's go much brighter, just so we can really pull in some of these frog underbelly sort of colors, you know? Kind of get some onto these fingers. Alright, let's try bringing in some, actually maybe make it this a little bit more of a brown sort of color. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and kind of mask this out. Okay, now let's go ahead and fill that in. That's really dark. It's much darker than I want, so let's go ahead, let's take this and RGB intensity, yeah, let's try something like that. It's kind of interesting having that let's go ahead and fill object a few times. Yeah, I think that'll work. I'm debating whether or not to give him a tail. I mean, it wouldn't be like a long tail. It'd be kind of like a little. Oh shoot, that's a little too much. Yeah, just a little tail. It's something that I think could be funny. You're just having like a little dingus tail coming out the back there. I'm gonna go ahead and use like some of this color maybe for the fingernails and the fingertips. And what I might do is I might go in. I'm like super focused. I'm sorry. Has anybody said anything? I probably won't dynamesh this particular one. Just to, I mean, it is dynameshed, but in order to keep the Jamie Curtis tail. But yeah, I mean, I have the different. Like it's all dynameshed, but it's all dynameshed in groups so that it's easier for me to control and to repose and things like that later on if I wanted to. So I will probably keep it more like that. Like this is getting a little bit too dark down here. I think I want to lighten up the hands. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea is to keep it keep it easy for me to pose. Because I definitely don't want to lose the possibility of moving these things around on like an individual basis, and especially when I go into kind of create my topology. I want to make sure that I can do so quickly and easily without having to fight. Yeah, so posing in topology reasons. Kind of add a little bit of like a middle tone sort of thing to the fingernails. And then I'll come over here and make like the fingernail tips more brighter. In fact, it might even have to go through and let's do something like this with the that might even need to be warmer. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mask out the fingernails. That's kind of cool having them dark like that. Dang, I should have thought of that first. Okay, let's do that then. Let's go ahead and let's grab this right here. Color, fill up, oh, fill object. I don't think you'll get banned for posting links. I know that I don't see them. They don't come through to me. So wait, hey Mortar, did you participate in the sculpt off? Ah, I hit D on accident. I hate it when I do that. I did it again. Holy crap. It's like, why is it lagging? Let's go through and kind of add a little bit of like a mid-tone kind of color there, just to kind of split it up. Yeah, going super fast on that. Then we'll make this here, let's go ahead. I'm trying to figure out getting like this like, you know how like with your fingernails you get this sort of base white color there? Here, let's go through and do something like, that's a little bit too dark though. Something like that. I'm being like super messy with my poly paint right now. I'm gonna call that good. Let's go to those eyes, and I'm going to change them to the toy plastic material. Let's hit Control N to get rid of that. Turn Shift Z to turn that off. Okay, now what I want to do, okay, actually we want to hit Shift Z, we'll hit Actual, and now let's go to our pose so that we can get the hands to be posed correctly. So, let's turn this off. Oh, and that's the thing that I didn't go through and make yet, was the slime kind of dripping off of them. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I'll do that. I'm just like too lazy or something right now. Let's say solo. just have it go kind of something like that. Do something like this so that it's got some grip kind of on the top of it, on the top of the leg. Something like this. Okay. So what we want to do is hit extract, test that out. Looks pretty good. We'll say accept. Oh no. Geometry, modify topology, delete hidden. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to pick a good color for this. Let's start with this as a maybe not. Let's start with this as a base color. But I want to make sure that it's the right material, color, fill object. Let's go down to the legs, turn off the mask so that we don't have to worry about that being a problem at all. Okay. So now with this, I'm going to say deformation, polish. Let's see, polish by features. Okay, let's just run our smooth brush over it because it's not smoothing out as much as I'd like. It's not polishing. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this, we're going to say use the move brush, just kind of drip it down a little bit. Just break symmetry though so that we can get something that feels unique on each side. So use move topological. Actually, let's take this, maybe we'll put this over here. And you could use dynamics to get this to work, but I'm just going to kind of control it manually. Feels like that's kind of getting me the results that I want a little bit better. Sorry, I'm getting like super quiet. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna use the physics on this stuff. I did think about it, but it just didn't feel like it was absolutely necessary. It doesn't give me the absolute control that I want. So I'm just going to do it manually. Turn off my select lasso. Let's go ahead. We got a couple of other things to worry about, like on the back. But let's worry about this one for right now. Do that. Subtool, extract. Say accept. MRGB, color, fill object. Do the polish. Run our smooth over it. That's nice. There we go. Smooth this one out, and then we can ask for an inflate. Just kind of smooth it out here in the middle so that it gets a little bit thinner. Yeah. Subtool, bring the arms back. Okay. Go ahead and grab a little sphere over here. We'll say MRGB just to make sure that it stays the same. Let's pull one up here too, just to make it feel a little bit more complex of a shape up top. Just kind of pull it around so the shape is irregular instead of being perfectly round. Okay, let's take these pieces of moss. It's going to say moss. Bring them down here, merge them together with the other one. Okay. What I'm going to do, I want to add a little bit of detail to this by using a surface noise. Okay, let's go into our library. And these are just all the default ones that come with ZBrush, right? So what I want to do is I want to pick one that kind of gets me the right shapes. Usually I'll use something like this for this type of thing, but I think I might play with a different one. Let's try this one. This one or this one? Let's go with 27. Just kind of see like what the basic. Nah, I don't like that one. Let's try the one beneath it. Let's try 28. Let's try 30. I might just have to go with my default, which looks really, really odd if you look at it at first, but it works really well for what I do with it. So what I'm going to do, let's come edit, let's hit frame so we can see it. We don't need any color blend, although it could be maybe good to have color on the outside. And what we'll do is we'll take that color and make it, let's say mix. There we go, something like that. That could work. Let me see, strength by mask. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so let's see. Strength needs to be flipped. Plug-in scale needs to be smaller. And if you get your noise scale to be just right, you can get a little bit more variation in the actual height. Let's do something like that. Okay, so now that's starting to look like some sort of gloopy moss. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's definitely coming along. It's definitely a lot of fun. I'm hoping that I can get this done in the next few minutes. I won't do the feet for right now. I'll leave that for another day. Yeah, let's go ahead and turn off the noise. But yeah, I mean, it's it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing stuff like this. I'm going to want to take this and pull it down so that I can see it from the front. So that it's definitely creating a little bit of a change in the silhouette. Yeah, let's see. Is the intensity good? Okay. Go ahead and turn on Sculptris Pro for a second here. That's getting me better results. Something like that, something like that. Let's see, I need something kind of coming down the side over here. Something like that. Now it feels like he's just gotten out of the swamp. Like he doesn't want to be seen yet. He's like, wait, I haven't grabbed my... So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this, we're going to say geometry dynamesh. Yeah, we'll have a little bit of blur on there. Sure, why not? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So now that we've got these pieces kind of blocked into place and they're dynameshed, I'm going to go back into my surface noise. I'm going to say apply to mesh. You see now it's geometry. That's just how the geometry is. Okay, now if we turn it back on, you can see it's giving us kind of that deformation with a little bit of like a normal map sort of effect. So it's really super effective and super cool. If I wanted to, one of the things that I could do is I could come over here, I could say mask by noise. Just kind of invert it. And I can go ahead and say, you know, with my move brush, I can come over and say, you know, like maybe I want it to be a little bit thicker in certain areas. You get a little bit more of like a clumpiness. You know, so super fun. You can use inflate a little bit. Areas like this or this. Areas like this, there we go, boom. There we go. So yeah, little things kind of like this kind of help to really kind of punch your details a little bit. Okay, re-dynamesh it, and then we'll go ahead and we'll say hit noise again. So that way we're getting kind of a punch, like a detail punch. Okay, super cool. Let me take this. I'm gonna grab it and kind of duplicate it down to here so that we can get something kind of dripping off his rear end area back here. Cool. So yeah, there's our creature. Turn off symmetry, we're good. We're good. You know what? With the eyes, maybe leaving them perfectly white like that isn't great. So what we'll do, so make it kind of like this dull, yes, turn to RGB, we'll say color fill object. And then what we can do, I can grab this poly group, soften it out quite a bit. Now what I can do is I can say, let's maybe warm it up quite a bit. Say RGB. And then we'll really like boost this to a lighter color in here. Maybe what we'll do is we'll add in some more of that. There we go. That was it to feel a little bit more eye-like. Oh, it's so cool. You guys, this was a fun little project. Okay. So what I need to do now, I need to save. Let's go up, monster poster. Oh, I guess one of the things that I talked about needing to do was posing. So I'm going to grab what am I grabbing? Let's just move to one of these subtools in here. I'm going to say, let's make sure that my colors aren't totally screwed up. Okay, just to make sure that we are lining up with the body. Ah, you know what? Symmetry's on. Make sure I didn't mess anything up. Hit symmetry. Now I can hit center. Now we can kind of fit this in place. Just so that things are making sense kind of as they were intended with the concept. So you see like the head's kind of off center. Oh, but it's like off center in the wrong kind of way. And kind of move that up some. And then with this fin here, we're going to have to move this little spike up. Move this tip somewhere so that it's not like intersecting with the arms, like Pete's sake. Okay. And then with the hands, I want to make sure that these hands are posed slightly differently. Okay, this one arm needs to come down. So what we'll do, alright, let's come over here to the arms. Turn off symmetry. Mask this one side. Invert. I'm going to get these hands to. Got to mask off this side with the moss. Got to make sure that I only have this side, this area. Unmasked. Okay, so now coming over here to this angle, we got to come and kind of push the the arm down. Now what we'll do is we'll come over to the hand. We don't need the gizmo to be multi-select at that point, but what we'll do is we will grab this, just kind of tweaking it just a little bit. Switch. Just use our move brush to kind of emphasize some shape here. And I'm trying to be careful that if I do things like this, that I'm not totally ruining the continuity of the anatomy of the forms and everything that I've put together. Right there, I gotta be careful. Let's kind of pull this over a little bit. I'm just going to kind of tweak these, tweak the webbing just a little bit, just to give it a little bit more arch in here. Got to fix some forms on this hand now. Yeah, kind of like the Nickelodeon foam. That's kind of funny. Let's undo the mask there. Alright, so now I can do some posing sort of stuff here. Do something like this. That's cool. Drag this down. Let me see, what was that? Let's see if we can match that that pose pretty exactly. This is good. Sometimes you gotta kind of just tweak things around a little bit just to be able to find the exact thing that you're looking for. But when you do, it feels good, right? So that's what we want. For our document, I'm going to hit double. I'm going to hit Control N. And one of the things I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to reset my views. But it's something that I want to do so that I can have as clean of an image as I can. Let's do something like that. Get rid of both of those. What was this one? Yeah, that one's not necessary, so I'll just get rid of that one. I'm gonna get I don't need any of those anymore, I guess. So let's get rid of those. So now we have this. And we'll just kind of turn it around, give ourselves a couple of other little views here. Let's move this over here. Okay. And then maybe we'll do something like this. Okay. Let's see if we can get a good view of him like this. Sorry, my computer's starting to lag now. There we go. That creates a very good, clean, I mean, a little, almost a tangent right there, but we're going to keep it. Oh, we got a little bit messy right there. Means we're gonna have to check it on the top too, just to make sure that we understand what's happening. Something like that. just trying to bookmark views that I find kind of interesting. I'm trying to fish around. Oh yeah, what did you make, Mortar? I'm not sure that I am finding a good underbelly shot that I really like. I want it to be close enough to be able to appreciate it. But I want to be careful. Like, I want to create enough negative space around the leg to be able to understand the shape there. So let's do that. We're going to say movie, save, views 2. El demonio. Let's go to actual. Look at that. I've been on long enough for people to be, to be on and then come back and then leave and then come back. And I like that view. Let me see if let me bookmark this one specifically. Okay. It's a little bit better. I mean, it's not as, I don't know, there's something about that particular pose that I'm not going to be able to get it quite in this pose, in this view, but good enough. Okay, movie, let's save that again so that we don't lose the views. Since we've made changes to that. You can sleep, eat, take a shower, walk with the dog, come back, and SMAARTIST will still be streaming. Yeah, that is true some days. Yeah, you can send me a chat over in Discord. Sure, that's fine. That works. See if I can get it just a little bit closer. We'll do something like that. Let me do something. I actually have my own Discord. Yeah, I need to put a link up in my. Oh, look at that! Somebody put something up. Martin. Yeah, so let me go ahead and put this up. I'll say. Let's say invite people. Copy. Try that. Try that. Okay, so this is cool. Kind of a funny underview there. Let me see. I think this is probably one of my favorite angles right here. I'll have to work on rendering this at some other point. I need to go eat. It's 1:30 here. I'm like, okay, here we go. So anyway, thanks for yeah, so anybody who wants to join that Discord, there are special channels available only to people who are members of the Patreon groups. But yeah, I mean it's fun. Embrace the red wax. Oh boy, you put red wax up in there. Oh my goodness. Go figure, right? Anyway, I'll probably post this on Instagram later today. But yeah, having tons of fun. I hope you guys are too. And thanks for stopping in. I have a great time every time I jump in and start streaming. So I'll see you guys around. Thanks for joining. Thanks for your support, and I'll see you at the summit.